I'm having some technical difficulties. So it looks as though this will help. It looks as though we're going to lose that downward. And if it was an up when we placed, according to the where our price was, it would have been a win. Okay, well, I apologize for my internet. Apparently, there's going to be a lot of buffering. Yeah, I apologize. There's going to be a lot of buffering. I don't know where my internet is bad right now. All right, so we missed a prediction, right? Yeah, we missed a prediction. All right, we are at 692. So that was also a losing trade. And if we had gotten in on it, what would our 3 minute have looked like? Still would have been high. Our 1 minute would have looked really good for that, and we missed it. I'm going to say we missed it because of buffering. Bad videos quality. Yeah, no, it's me. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm hardwired in, so it's normally it's fairly good, but I hear like I hear like Hanoi, Vietnam, and a lot of the populated parts of South Korea are all really well connected to the internet. And here I am in quote America, and it costs a fortune for halfway decent internet. Look at that runaway that we missed. Boy, that's going to change things. So I never trust big moves like this. The thing is that in the past couple days, I've actually seen some big moves like this. And sometimes they go crazy, sometimes they don't. Are you from Vietnam? Oh my God, are you really? That is, I just assume everybody that's listening in English is an American. I'm sorry, it's very ignorant of me, but I want to go to Hanoi so bad. Oh my God, I want to go to Hanoi so bad. Hanoi is the motorcycle capital of the world. There are more two-wheeled motor vehicles in Hanoi per capita than anywhere on the planet, and that's where I want to be. I I have driven motorcycles in some of the worst countries around, but I get that everybody says it's bad and you got to be careful, but I think the Hanoi motorcycle, 50 to 125 cc, I think I could be happy forever there. I don't I mean, and I don't need a big house. I just need a tiny apartment somewhere, where it's safe to have a dog and I can take it to the park and just live out the rest of my life. But right now, COVID's the thing. I'm looking at what do we got? 40 seconds here. I'm thinking down. I started talking about Vietnam. Man, I love Vietnam. I want to go so bad. Yeah, that's outstanding. And I get the whole lifestyle in Vietnam. I totally get it. I totally understand bottled water. I totally understand one and two room, apartment or houses with I totally get having whole parts of your house just open to the weather, and I could really see my dad lives in Cambodia and he really likes it there. There we go. We did another down and we're messed up. We just should not be doing downs during this. But that 1 minute was making me think down was a good idea. Hell, the 3 minutes still making me think down isn't a bad idea. Is that the right starting point? These starting points always drive me nuts. 69.9, yeah. So I already see what part of my problem is from paper trading right now, and that is that I keep taking downs in an up. So if we look at the last five paper trades, and this will blow your mind, just the last five. I'm not saying to do this or to rely on this, but I'm just saying the last five paper trades that we made was a green that was very close, a red that was a loss, meaning we should have done a green that was a win, and a red that was a loss. And remember, we're not supposed to be betting red on an upward trend. So if we had bet green the last four times, we'd have a 75% win ratio. That's amazing to think about how I can screw that up mentally by not following my rules. Right off the bat, not following my rules. If I had bet money on that, I'd have a 75% loss. To prove a point, that's a 75% loss betting on a down during during an uptrend. I mean, I already told you that I suspected that no matter how careful I am, my win ratio would be horrible on my downs compared to my ups during an uptrend. I think that right there kind of doesn't prove the point, but it is coincidental. So we got a minute 30 here, and we need to make a decision on what we're going to do. So since I think I've proven the point now not to do downs and an up, we're going to get rid of that altogether. And we're going to use our I don't know blue a lot more often now. So 1 minute in, let's take a quick look at the 3. At the 3, we're still high on the RSI. Let's look at the 5. At the 5, we're still pushing up. Let's look at the 1, and we are high, but we are still pushing upward here. We could be reaching the top of that. So the best bet would be an indecision, but we're going to go ahead and throw green in just to throw green in. Because if we go to the 5, we have some support pushing us up. So we're not insane making a green. And then let's make sure that we figure out where we're going to actually place this. But I think that proves the whole don't bet against the trend. You will get wrecked. So here, 471.4. 471.4. And let's go back to the 3 minute, which doesn't look that good, to be honest with you. But I'm preying on that 5 minute, and I'm preying on the bouncy of the 1 minute to maybe go down, but still go up. And when I do this, I would prefer it to go down in the beginning a little bit than to go up a little bit and then down. We'll see though, right? Now we're testing the trend probability more than anything else because the 3 minute here is going down. And the 5 minute has just turned, but we just started on a 1 minute candle. We're 1 minute into the 5 minute candle. But even on the 5 minute, it appears that our 50 and our 100 are separating a little bit. Go back to the 3 minute here. Hey Lee, how are you doing? So there should be a whole thing. Let me see how that's split up. I don't want to miss the next prediction. So I just streamed a video. This is kind of a continuation of the video that I just streamed that was an hour and 50 minutes long. It's about an hour and a half of me explaining everything in detail of what I'm doing right now. Everything I'm doing right now, how I'm trying to place and paper trade, all of that is talked about. And this is a loss. So, man, oh man. This is like the live stream jinx, is what it is. Let's look at our 3 minute. So on our 3 minute, we still have space to come down. We still need to come down here. Our 5 has turned around on us. So we are out of the game for a few minutes. Get our blues ready. No, I think I'm being a little riskier. I'm wanting to take trades because I'm actually streaming it. That could be another thing. There could be it's probably more psychological for me right now. Something is screwy. I didn't want to take that last one because I just don't know. We are definitely still in an upward trend, but 470.02. So there we are at the 50. We're turning around on the 3. We should be really low. Well, no, wait a minute. Hold on. On the 3, we're coming close to turning around, I should say. The 5 minute will probably be pushing us down. Pancakeswap is hard. If Pancakeswap was easy, I would not have to do anything for money. I would just sit and play Pancakeswap and be a millionaire and be a billionaire. And then I'd call up Bill Gates and I'd tell him he's short. Um, I mean, I would go buy a Taco Bell and it would only be my Taco Bell. I would be the only person that would go there. And I would come in and I would have a person, I'd have two people. I'd be so rich I'd have two people making me tacos in the morning and at night if I could just win 100% on prediction. But we like this. So we're going to see this drop, and we could have tried predicting down on this, right? That would have been a real possibility. We were around up here. We saw this going down at the 3 minute. We could have jumped in on this down and possibly won. But since we're in an upswing, we're only doing ups. I do, uh, Drown T. I do predictions. So let me give you some background here. I rarely do any predictions with more than zero point 0.2 BNB in my wallet now. This keeps my predictions low. I get to about 40, $35, $40 up for the day, and then I quit. And I generally do 10% unless I really, really think it's going to go up. So we're at a 1 minute here, and I'm going to go with the up on this. So a couple things make me want to go up here. The engulfing candle, we're back at the 50. I still got 10 seconds before I need to make an actual decision. And I am sort of liking this. We got an indecision doji here, which is not going to help. But I'm definitely liking this for the up. I should have looked at the 3 minute first, and I'm not that scared on the 3 minute. The 5 minute, I'm not going to look at because I'm not sure if that's going to be relevant at all to what's going on right now with the price action. And this could go up really high and then come down really, really low. That's how prediction works. So let's see what our price entry is for this. Take away our indecision blue line. 0.7. That's pretty high. That's really high. What do you do in prediction? So 3 minutes not looking bad. It's all the way at the undersold. It's not flatlining right away. So that's a fairly good sign. So I'm always paper trading. I've been paper trading for 4 years now, straight, on all kinds of things. Whether it's General Electric or Tesla or Emerson Electric or Bitcoin, I paper trade everywhere I can. Lee, that should be under the list of videos. It should say Pancakeswap prediction, stock RSI, TEMA, and EMA 20. That should be the full title of that video. And the big thing about paper trading is it gives me a feel, it reconnects me to the moment using the R stock, right? Using the RSI. It gets me back into what, so I might, and I will paper trade until I start winning at paper trading. I will not start placing predictions until I'm winning at paper trading. There is no point in just jumping into this cold, so to speak, in my mind, right? It's not worth it to do that. Um, in the past, I would be watching a YouTube video and I would see the 3 minute at this mark, and I might say, oh, well, let me look, and then, oh, I'll place a bet, and it was haphazard like that. That's how I started with prediction, and I've been with Pancake Swap for quite a while now. I think I jumped in fairly low, maybe $7. Um, so yeah. So I was one of the first people trying prediction. It's the first thing to do on the internet with cryptocurrency. I think the first thing I could find that I could do. I'm gonna get wrecked here in the last minute, aren't I? This is just classic pancakes prediction. Oh man, and on the 1 minute, see, I couldn't enter here. I couldn't make my decision here. I was indecisive here. So yeah, we're going back to the 50. All right, well, that's another green loss. 30 seconds in. Technically, according to the rules, I'm too late. All right, let me see here. All right, so what was our point one? But I will probably start placing predictions uh, pretty soon, is I guess at least a couple before I go to bed. Um, but I just want to get a feel for what I'm thinking here. And what I'm thinking is that this up is going to be way too late to catch. If this is an up, it's just going to be way too late for me to catch. So let's go back to the 3 minute here. Let's look at the 5 minute. Interesting. I assume Lee is watching the presentation piece, but you're welcome, Lee. And I hope this helps. I hope you can use this to get some good fundamentals, build upon it, come up with your own system that works better, share it with the community. So 1:30 left to make a decision. The 3 minute is not looking promising. The 1 minute is just some sideways. If we look at our sideways action here, I might consider this sideways. Maybe getting ready to break south. It's hard to tell. 50 seconds coming up. And I think I am going to go with an upvote. So technically, I'm going to click that right now. Let's see what our entry is. Our entry is probably going to be really high. Our locked in price. And no, if I keep losing, I won't place. If I keep losing with paper trades, I won't place. There's no point. If for some reason that I can't figure out why I'm losing with paper trades, why would I ever bet real money? That would make no sense. So let's watch this. Let's make sure we got our price right. 69.8. Go ahead, watch this on the 3 minute and see what it looks like. Check our 5 minute. We're kind of getting there lower on the 5. So we are about $1 above the lock price, and that's not very much. One thing that I see here is that I would hope would hold up a little bit is kind of a line like that. So that makes me a little more confident because this whole line is actually above my entry or my lock price. 2 minutes, more than enough time for the next one candle to be a red candle and just completely wreck me. Have I have I in like the last couple hours have I brought up how important it is to paper trade? Is that getting through? I really hope that's getting through. I feel so bad when people jump in with both feet. I read a Reddit post today that I commented on. I felt so bad for the kid. And this is what happens when you've got nobody there to tell you, kind of the cautious way to do things. Um, I had an older brother who was a stockbroker, and he used to always yell at me, learn to trade, learn to trade, learn to trade. We're 1 minute in, and I'm going to go with an indecision for the next one. Definitely an indecision. And we'll get that kind of ready here for where we think that may or may not be. Notice how this 20 is not like the 50 as far as where the bounces are happening, right? So it's kind of something to keep in mind there. Where are these lines? Where are we bouncing around at the most? That type of thing. But I'm still going to go with an indecision here. Wait for Pancake to make it official. All right, and now we'll go back to our 3 minutes. So our area to beat is going to be there. Look on the 5. We're starting to turn around on the 5. That's a good sign. 3 minutes, we're just hitting right now. That's a good sign. Remember, on the 3 minute, we want at bare minimum, we need 3 up candles, right? Bare minimum, 4 would be nice. Huge giant pumps don't help us that much, right? And always, always look for those sideway actions. And remember, the small ones are detrimental at the 1 minute, right? So we don't really have too much. I mean, technically, this was fairly sideways. And I would suggest go ahead and use all the wacky drawing tools you find in TradingView. Whatever starts to make sense to you, whatever you can use to graphically kind of display what you're looking at, or and throw down lines, delete lines, have a good time with the lines. It's free. So, I mean, for an old guy like me, this is great. For someone on a fixed income, this is the best. For a student, this is not a bad idea. I would suggest getting your account in order, having real investments before you start doing anything like prediction, but learning to trade is still fairly basic. So I'm still seeing a slight spread here on the EMAs, and I like that. Our three is going up. We got a minute to make a decision. I think that what used to be resistance becomes support. So the question is, do I think we're going to go sideways here, or do I think we're going to go up? And I think I'm looking at an indecision here. Let's take another big picture here of where we're at. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that we could go sideways a little bit until we get back to this line. Something like what happened here on maybe a larger scale. So that'll be the next candle. Yeah, 25 seconds left. It's too late for us to put in our prediction. Let's see what our start for this is going to be. $71.5. So that's down there. So already I am wanting to draw a parallel here, and it just broke. The moment I wanted to draw it, it broke. Okay, so back to the 3 minute. We're going to leave our line there just in case. And remember, this is kind of good. What we would like to see, what we'd like to do, is we'd like to catch a bounce at the green line. We'd like to catch that green line bounce going up. That is always going to be our safest place, is when we can find a bounce at the green line when it's going up. It's always going to be our safest spot. But I like this, and I don't think I don't think it's gonna take long before we're trading above this. And this may be a good minute to pull way back and see what we're doing on the hour, right? Because on the hour, we've gone above, we switched our resistance, we came down, but we still have not seen a leap. I mean, well, we're actually, now that I think about it, I'm letting the blue line confuse me. The green, we've seen our first leap. So on the 1 hour, we should see a fairly huge, on the 1 hour, if this drops down to the 50, that should be a fairly large downward trend on the 1 minute coming up. because I don't see this making on the 1 hour. I don't think it's going to make any large movements to 480 or 485. So look at the 30, and the 30 is still pushing up. 15 is flatlined. So it has been overbought for the last hour and a half. Here we're still screwing around on our support. We got plenty of room to the green on the 5, that's for sure. Plenty of room to the green on the 1. What about the 1 minute? Just enough to do it. All right, 1 minute. We need to make a decision. Not allowed to make downs. So we're almost at 1 minute. Not allowed to make downs. Our RSI is going south on the 1 minute. I think we're going to have to go with indecision. So 45 seconds is the rule. 45 seconds wins indecision. I had my friend over. We were talking about all this kind of stuff, and just as a joke, trust me, he wasn't serious, but he was like, you should do this, but you should do this on OnlyFans and do it naked in front of the monitor." And I thought to myself, that is absolutely revolting. And I told him that, and he comes back and he says, there is a fat guy on OnlyFans, and all he does is insult whoever is watching him. And I was like, I don't even know how that works. I don't know how any of that works. The internet is so confusing to me sometimes. OnlyFans just makes it worse. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this thing's going to drop any second. That's just my first impression. So by having a system, a time limit that I look at different things, sitting on the three, right? I'm coming up with a routine. And anytime you can come up with a routine, especially one that is working for you, you're going to reduce your stress in that environment. So if you have a stressful, day at work, that's what your break is for. That's your routine. If you have a stressful job and you only get a 20-minute OSHA break or a 15-minute break, right? That's your only time to decompress. And that's what you want to be able to do that. So we're coming up on 1 minute and I need to make a decision. So I'm going to look at the one here real quick. I'm seeing green, I'm seeing down, I'm seeing RSI down here, and with 1 minute, with 15 seconds left to make a decision, I'm going to go up. Where is my green? So we can pull our blue bar out of the way. We can get rid of this. We can get this ready for the next candle. And it's, yeah, let me see what, we got 30 seconds. And I'm counting on a bump here. I'm counting on this being a bounce. Okay, so our number here is 71.6, which is fairly high. But okay, let's go ahead and get rid of this support line. Or resistance support line. I don't think it is necessary. And we'll go back to the 3 minute and see what kind of damage we did. So the 3 minute is not looking bad, so to speak. So we might win this one. We might. Prediction is so hard. Why does it have to be so hard? Why can't it just be free money, guys? Why can't it just be, oh, I just click a button and bang, Lambo. There should be a Lambo button on Pancakeswap. Once a once 10,000 people click that button, it just selects a random person to get a Lambo, right? Wouldn't that be? I should do that. Should I? I'm writing code for blockchain right now, and should I do that? Should I make it so that once you hit the price of a Lambo, it just it just lotteries the winner? I would use random.org. And there's probably a lot of paperwork involved with getting something like that actually set up. So we got 3 minutes left and we could still get wrecked. Getting wrecked is not out of the equation, guys. Any second. 70. Oh, yeah, you're right. I had my mic turned off. I don't know how that happened. Hey, Shane, thank you very much for saying that. But yeah, I was just thinking, like, how would that work? Like, so 10,000 times 20. Alexa, what is 10,000 times 20? Because I can't think like that. It's too late in the morning. $200,000. Is that enough for a Lambo? Is that enough for two Lambos? That's probably enough for two Lambos. So instead of 10,000, you'd only need $5,000, 5,000 people to put in one cake. So I can already tell you my next one would have been an indecision anyway. So we didn't really miss anything. I can guarantee you that my next one would have been an indecision. So let's make a note. So that counts as a win. So on the 3 minute, the reason why this is definitely an indecision is we're already at the oversold here on the 3 minute, and we are already way oversold on the 1 minute. So that's the reason why it's an indecision. We're in an upward swing, so I would say there's a 50-50 chance that this would be another up win. Right now, Shane, my winning percentage is 50-50. Let me hold on. Let me wait. Let me double check that. Uh, okay. Let me try to make this clear. According to the system, I am not allowed to make any down calls during an upward trend. Now, this whole time we've been in an upward trend, and for shits and giggles, I took two down calls, and both of those down calls were losses. Those downs should have been ups in an upward swing. So we won't count those, but those were to make a point. And I think that point was it was fairly made quickly. So with our wins, we had one of those greens that was so close. And I bring it up because I get so mad when I lose. And according to my chart, it's a win. But Pancakeswap sees it as a loss. But it was one of those pumping where it's kind of pumping just below, just above, just below, above, just below. And then as soon as the thing is over, it goes to the moon, right? Okay, so that's one of those. So do you count that? If you count that, I am 50-50 right now. If you don't count that, right now, I am 5 wins and 2 losses. And this is why I paper trade, especially to get warmed up so that I can get a feel for where I'm at. And that way, when I start using real money, at least then I have more confidence in what I'm about to do. So we've got 1 minute towards the next prediction. And as you can see, I was indecisive, but I did say that there was a good 50-50 that it would still go up, right? Which is 50-50. But there's some reason to believe that it might still go up, and it is still going up. The more it goes up, the higher it goes up, though, the less likely that I'm going to be inclined to take another up. I might start using real money. I will have to see. Do I need to use real money drowned? Is my question. Would that change anything? And do you I could be I could be on another computer at the same time making the places and losing left and right. It would I don't want this stream to cost me money. I don't want it to sound like a cop out. I'm sorry if it does, But the answer is no. I won't be using any real money until I'm confident that I have a fairly good winning percentage. Yeah, yeah. There's a whole psychology that happens when you win. So there's a study out there on people that use leverage specifically for the first time and specifically first time traders. And you'll see their win-loss curves slowly go up. And then you'll see that they'll get a few really big wins, right? And once they get those big wins, they start losing hard and fast. And all of a sudden, the graph of win losses, instead of being a gradual incline, just becomes a drop straight down as far as their profits. And what happens is they're shaky, they're winning a little bit, they're winning a little bit, then they start winning big on leverage. Then they start making their leverage trades bigger, and then before you know it, they just get wrecked and they lose their whole account. Partly because they don't understand account management, partly because they don't understand the dangers, right? So this is on the 1 minute chart is by far the worst chart for me to do TA on. I can sit and I can make money almost blindfolded on the daily chart, on the weekly chart, right? It's almost a no-brainer. You put it in and you leave it alone, and then as soon as you see a break on the daily or a break on the weekly, you just sell. And if it still goes up, then you buy back in. It's easy to make money trading. On the 1 minute, with this 5 minute window, that's your restriction. Keep that in mind. You're going to lose. You're going to lose unless you're really careful and unless you're disciplined and unless you do something like paper trade a lot. I mean, the I say this over and over again. The professionals, they paper trade all the time. So this is another example of you could just keep going up and you could win one, you could win two, and you could lose the third and still be coming out ahead, but you might win the third and still be coming up. I think what happens a lot is people grab the system. They find Pancakeswap and then they can grab almost any system and they follow it fairly closely in the beginning, but then they lose the discipline over time. And this can be a couple days, it could be a couple hours. But it seems like as soon as traders start, any trader that, all the successful traders that I know personally, they all have a level of discipline that I don't have, right? I mean, they really make money. I know a couple day traders and they really make money. But they really work at it and they have a lot of discipline. They have discipline that I don't have. A lot of times I run without stop losses, um, all kinds of things like that. 7 in a row is pretty good. 7 in a row is pretty good. It's not enough to decide your win-loss ratio over time. Yeah, Shane, I assume that you're talking about your PL. Yeah, 50 wins and 50 losses. Something like that. 25 wins, 25 losses, 10 wins, 10 losses. Yeah. Yeah, and the wins are devastating because you have to win twice for every loss in order to be ahead again. And that's just kind of a general rule of thumb that I throw out. So here we're going sideways. We got a couple seconds. We're going to do a quick one on the 3. The 3 is way oversold. The 1 minute is going sideways, right? We can see that. It's time for us to retrace a little bit, would be my guess. Now, how fast will this retrace happen is the question. So we've already missed my 45 seconds if I'm going to be honest. So I'm going to put an indecision here. Yeah, BNB has been bullish all day. I think this morning it started off at like 445, 450. Now it's at 470. That's pretty good. I'd have to look at that. So if we find support here and we drop somewhere on the 3, which we're not dropping on the 3, maybe if we drop a little bit on the 1, we look at our 15 minutes and we're pegged. We're pegged. Why didn't I look at the 15 minute? Oh man, I could have just, I feel it would have been irresponsible, but I feel like I could have just rapid fired 4 ups if I had looked at the 15 minute. Safe Moon might be the long play. Here's what I would do with Safe Moon though, Shane. I wouldn't put all my eggs in the basket. Something like Safe Moon, that's a $200 coin for me. That's a $200, throw it in a wallet and don't look at it for a couple years coin, to be honest with you. Maybe it'll be around in a couple years, maybe it won't. But consider this, that $200 is 1% of my trading portfolio. That's 1% of what I trade with on a whole. So keep that in mind. Um, Dogecoin, for instance, I bought $50 worth of Dogecoin a while back, and I won't look at that for 4 years. Because if Dogecoin is around in 4 years, it's going to be worth more than 30 cents. Yeah, I might stop at 1500. And if you make money, you do want to look for, when you're in a bull market, you want to look for opportunities. So we're 3 minutes. Look at this. It's just going. It's going and going and going. You go to the 5, it's starting to get pegged. Go to the 15, it is pegged. We go to the 30 and it's going up. We go to the 1 hour and it's going up. We go to the 2 hours. That's hard to ignore. Look at how this looks on the 2 hours. Look at that. That's all it did on the 2 hour. And look down here, but we still have an hour and 41 minutes left on that 2 hour candle. And I like long play coins like that. BNB was the greatest long play coin I made in 2017, Tron being the worst. But Tron even paid off. So here we are, 1 minute high, 3 minutes pegged, 5 minutes getting to pegged, 15 minutes pegged, 30 minutes pegged, a minute 40 left to make a decision. What I'm thinking right now, though, is I'm thinking what comes up must come down. But we're still spreading here. It's a nice spread, too, I must say. And if we look at it on the 3 minutes, it becomes a scary spread on the 3 minutes. So remember, I've talked a lot. Peg means that it's all the way at the top and it's flatlining. This stock RSI is pegged all the way at the top and it's flatlining. That means that people are buying like crazy right now for whatever reason. It's 1 a.m., so it's probably the morning in South Korea. No, it's probably morning in Germany. It's probably afternoon in South Korea. So we have the whole Asia and European market that's starting to catch on to crypto this year. Yeah, I'm thinking there will be a pullback real soon, but instead of an indecision, let's throw in a late YOLO green, right? We're gonna YOLO this. And I hate that term YOLO, but we're gonna YOLO this. Yeah, Mulham, I totally think this can go up. That's just my gut feeling. I would say the smart play would be not to play, but I'm YOLOing here and I'm paper trading and you can YOLO. Oh, Denmark. Oh, Denmark is an amazing country too. I would like to see Denmark before I die. Um, I was in Amsterdam and YOLO is you only live once. It's a way of saying like if you're at a party and you see a girl and you're like, "Oh, she's down," but you don't have any condoms and you go ahead and do it, that's you only live once and then 3 months later you find out you have herpes. That's YOLOing. YOLOing is saying YOLO is when you say on stream live, what comes up must come down. It's got to come down soon, and then you say screw it. It's a paper trade. I'm just going to go up. So that's a YOLO right there. It would be a real YOLO if I put money down on it, right? Because then I'd get the burn, just like the herpes. Although I don't think herpes burn. I don't know what herpes do. I don't know. I'm lucky I don't know what any of that stuff does because when I was a kid, I dated for marriage. I didn't date to try and knock up as many women as I can before I graduate high school. So we're not allowed to go down on this system. So I couldn't place it down if I wanted to place it down. I said what goes up must come down over and over again. I said we could probably get one, two, maybe three out of this. And there was room to get three ups right in a row. But that fourth up, that just wasn't going to happen. Well, you shouldn't be losing, Mulham. You should be paper trading, buddy, until you get some confidence up. So I just paper traded. So now any bets that I make in the future, I will not YOLO. I will say no as soon as I get that YOLO feeling. I should not. I should think herpes. That's what I should think. Actually, every time I hear YOLO, that's exactly what I think is herpes. I don't know why. You only live once. Herpes. I don't know where I got that from. Oh, well, okay, congratulations. I hope that your ratio on your payout is working out for you. But yeah, that's awesome, Mohem. I I want people to win. That's absolutely great. I want you to get really good at this. I want you to come up with your own system. I want you to ha- I want I, it would be nice if this was a base for you to start with, and then you branched out and learned more and more trading and came up with other things. Because there are times when I will have other tools up than what we're looking at right now and playing prediction. So 57 seconds. Come on, YOLO. And I don't think it's going to happen. So let's go ahead and let's say that that right there could be our next channel. So Daniel, I gotta ask by antisocial, do you mean on a national level you are becoming more isolationist as a country? Because that is a good thing to happen if there's some kind of global downturn. So we're not allowed to place it down. I don't think it's a good time to place it up. So this is an automatic indecision. All right. So I have to put that down. That is a green loss. And I'm going to put a note at the end of it. YOLO, I caught herpes. There we go. All right. So I do take notes as I do my paper trades. Otherwise, how would I really be sure what my win-loss percentage would be? And I should be looking at the 3 minute, which I'm not. My 3 minute is telling me to hold off. And my 5 minute is probably still really high, but it's coming down. And my 15 minute is not a concern because I want to worry about the 3 minute, the 1 minute, and the 5 minute, kind of in that order. So if this is kind of the textbook example of what I'm talking about, uh, what I'd like to see is I'd like to see it get closer to the green line, the 50 EMA, and then that will be my second bounce that I'm looking for. So once we cross, I look for the first bounce, and then I look for a second bounce and a third bounce. In this case, though, what I'm thinking is we crossed way back here. You don't hear anything again? Okay, let me look. Hello, hello, hello. I'm showing mic noise, so I'll keep that bar up. Um, yeah, I turn off my mic when I'm lighting a cigarette or taking a sip of Pepsi or something. I don't want you guys to be subject to that. Um, so we're coming up on 1 minute. Our 1 minute RSI is low. Our 3 minute is in the middle, but kind of looking like it's going to level out. So I would probably want to wait another 3 minutes, but at the 45 seconds, I'm going to call an up. So I clicked the up. And the reason for this up is because we are in an uptrend. And I have a feeling we're going to follow, at the very least, we're going to follow this 50 EM, or at the very least, we're going to follow the 20 blue 50, 20 EMA. I'm getting tired, guys. I'm getting real tired. Should have started this at like 7 p.m. my time. So let's see what kind of horrible lock price we're going to get. 77.8. 77.8. We'll take our indecision, move that over there, and we will monitor this from our 3. So also, I should apologize, guys. I'm not a professional streamer. I don't do this for a living. I have no aspirations of being PewDiePie. Although he's really more of a Twitch thing, I guess. Shroud. I'm a first person shooter guy. Always have been. Started with Doom when it first came out, and now I'm playing Rust. That's what I do. I'm a gamer. Gotta have an identity. I thought about, so for years, what I did was I would record all my gameplay. And what I would use it for is I would grab clips and I would put it up on YouTube in order to embarrass other people that I was playing with. So, like PUBG, if somebody threw a grenade and team killed and then they lied and said they didn't throw the grenade, I would have video of them team killing and we would know, right? We'd know who actually threw the grenade, that kind of thing, or really cool plays, stuff like that. And that's why I started. That's why I started getting everything set up to be able to stream. Um, and then I started streaming for a little bit on Twitch, and I had no followers, but I'd have maybe sometimes I'd have 3 or 4 or 5. And then I started playing Rust, and I started having a couple followers on Rust when I was playing Rust. But what happened was one day I'm playing and I'm getting my ass handed to me over and over by this guy. And then somebody comes into my stream and they say, "Oh, by the way, this other streamer is stream sniping you." And it's this Russian kid. and he's only got like 5 followers, and his whole thing is stream sniping other small Rust streamers. At that point, I was like, I give up. So we're in a minute. We're still in this trend. We're gonna lose this one, it appears. Wasn't exactly the smartest one anyways. I talk a lot about not taking trades that are sideways. And I've already drawn a couple sideways here, but that's going to be a green loss. There's no doubt about it. 1 minute in. It could turn around. I'm writing it down as a loss. We'll see. We'll see. But I am still expecting my second big bounce still. And probably the 3 minute told me not to be looking for an entry. But yeah, as a matter, yeah, I, I, I loved Doom for a long time. Doom 2, uh, when I was playing Doom 2, I was invited by id Software to go to Texas for a Doom uh, tournament. I was invited to the Doom tournament because I was like one of the top 2,000 players in the United States at the time. But I was super active in Capture the Flag uh, and a couple of the ladders. So we lost that. It was definitely an indecision. $76.8. What are we doing on the three? So on the three, we got a lot of room down to the EMAs. But the longer we go sideways, the longer we're in an uptrend, and we're not moving. I don't think we're moving closer. I don't think our EMA lines are moving closer. So the longer we're in an uptrend and the longer we're moving sideways, the more I'm going to want to go up. Well, that's what we are waiting for, is we're waiting for this RSI on the 3 minute to get low and start to move upwards. And then we're going to go to the 1 minute and verify that we're going to be up. Right now, our 1 minute really, if we didn't come up to this line, we never should have taken an up. And we took that up down here where we had the cross, which is really low. So that up that I took the loss on just now on the paper trade was not any kind of a lineup with the system, so to speak. And I'm getting lazy, and I'm sorry, it's 1:40 a.m. my time. I generally wake up at 7:30, 6:30 to 7:30 every morning, whether I'm up all night or not. But the movement down is good. The thing is, I need to be watching that on the three. So the next one I would not, at this point, looking at the three, the next one I would not taken up at all. And I would have seriously considered a down once we started breaking downwards after this sideways action that I can now get rid of. But the thing is, the rule is, I'm not in an uptrend. I'm not allowed to do downs. I'm just kind of, I guess, pointing out that it's possible, it's doable. So we missed that mark. Not a big deal to me. We'll look at the five. We're starting to look good for a setup. Our three is coming up on our setup. We had our one bounce. I'm looking for another bounce. If there's another bounce, this weak movement is what worries me. I would have liked to have seen our big bounce in here and then our second, but that's what happens. Seventy-five 5.8. Not allowed to place downs. And I mean, one thing, none of these candle patterns up here is really striking me as something that says there's going to be more downward motion. I mean, just to be honest, it's doing another Elliott wave, but you know, Elliott waves are kind of hard to predict future wise. Oh, that's the wrong Elliott wave. I wanted to do a correction. Right. So when I see something like this, I'm looking for an impulse afterwards. I'm hoping for an impulse. It does not mean one's gonna happen, but it would be nice if there was something like that, something playable. Okay, 2 minutes in, we're seeing pullback on the 3 minute candle. We're about to start another 3 minute candle. It would be nice to come down lower, still, even more so. We might not get that with the one though. Our 1 minute might be ready to pop on the RSI before our 3 minute. So 1 minute, let's take a look at the 1 minute. Oh, the 1 minute, this could be sideways. This could be sideways for a couple minutes before we see an up. And we're right there on the 100, the yellow 100. So are we going to break below that yellow 100 or are we going to go back up to the green? And if we go back up to the green, are we going to be rejected at the green? Without the 3 backing us up, we've got a much higher chance of being rejected at the green. The green on the 1 minute, right? So this is showing up, but this could still wiggle below that 30 line on the RSI. We're still going down and we're getting pretty low. We only got, yeah, we're almost bottomed out on the 3. So look at the 5. We already lost our entry time window, but that's okay because I don't think I would have taken this either way. I don't think this is one that I would have bet on at all. 73.7. But as you can see, it would have been close, but you could have found some downs in here. You could have found some safe downs. Oh, Drown, you knew what I was going to say. You knew. You knew the answer. You knew the answer. You're going to want to get a better feel for what's going on. And sometimes, like, if you're on a winning streak and you come back, this is why I paper trade. If I play one day and I come back the next day to play again, I am in a completely different price swing environment than the day before. And what I was doing the day before might not work the next day. And by paper trading, I can tell whether what I'm going to do is going to work well or if it's not going to work well, right? And I can and the longer I paper trade, the better opportunity I have to look back and see what mistakes I'm making in the current environment, in the moment, right? Because you're going to have ups, you're going to have downs, you're going to have sideways, you're going to have huge dips, and you're going to have moons happen. And all of these things are what makes this interesting because it's not the same thing every day. So yeah, so there's my bounce. I could have guessed it. I could have said, "Oh, I've got a holistic feeling about this," but I would have been lying to myself. However, now I'm getting a little bit of a better feeling, a warm fuzzy about this. I would like to see this going up before I were to make a trade, but This is a timing thing. This is a feeling thing. And I think we're at 7. I would really like that to be at 20 before I commit. Looking at the 1 minute. Yeah, this is my second bounce. So this is what I think this is what I've been looking for. Of course, we're going to struggle here on this line. Or is this a complete reversal? What are we doing on the 3? I would like to see that 3 higher. I really would. I'd like to see this more set up. That green line scares me. So at 45 seconds, I'm going with no. And that little flip right there, that made me want to go green. But it's too late now. I could technically slip it in now that I've changed my mind. But if this is the bounce that I'm thinking of, then there's going to be plenty of time for me to get more action in. I might even, if this is the second bounce, I might even YOLO zero point 0.1 Bitcoin. I might. I might go crazy. It's almost 2 in the morning. I'm tired. My judgment is impaired. I'm ready. I'm ready to do this. All right. 74.4. On a serious note, though, uh, watch other trading videos, technical videos. Don't watch BitBoy Crypto. Don't watch Susie Crypto O or Susie O Crypto. Watch the serious technical trading videos. There's a video. There's a what's that? Uh, Pro Trade. Pro Trade is probably one of the best for learning technical analysis quickly, right? And then from there you can get a quick setup. You can get what his win-loss ratio is because what he does is he does back tracing on all of his systems that he tests. Great channel. BitBoy Crypto and Susie Crypto O, both awesome YouTubers. Don't get me wrong, I'm subscribed, but I'm not. You're not learning technical analysis from them. They're shilling market cipher, which I don't know. I think that's like $500, and I don't do $500 tools. I'm not in that price bracket. I'm not in that tax bracket. So we just saw the rejection at that green, which is good that I did not enter the up. So, I mean, you get urges while playing. A lot of prediction is the mental game, right, guys? I mean, we all know this deep down. Somebody does need to say it every once in a while. But you get these ups right here, and you're like, oh, if you're not watching this whole board, you'll see these ups and you'll be like, oh, it's going up, it's going up. And then once it starts going down, you'll be like, oh man, maybe I should have gone down. And then the candle gets bigger and you're thinking, boy, 2 minutes. Should I be going down? And then you're thinking, oh man, I mean, we could be going to $10 Bitcoin, right? And then you enter a bad trade because then it turns around and goes back up. Very rough on you, I think. So our 3 minute is getting closer to much closer to where I would like to enter. So say no to YOLO should be sometimes you got to. Sometimes you have to live a little bit. Sometimes you have to jump out of the plane. Sometimes you have to, I don't know, hit that chick without the condom. I don't know what to say, but yeah. But all the time, no. Realizing that you're YOLOing, that's what you need to work on. Because once you realize that you YOLO, then you're no longer YOLOing. Then you're deciding whether you're going to be responsible or whether you're going to be irresponsible. And sometimes, guys, we all know it's a lot funner to be irresponsible, but not all the time. Irresponsible will you'll wreck your father's car and he'll be like, "I hate you. How could you do that?" It was a classic. So it's funny. The first time I saw prediction, I saw it on my phone. And that's how I played it the first few times was on my phone. And I didn't play it much, maybe a total of 8 times over 3 days. And I was like, how do people fucking play this? And then I realized, oh my God, I have Trading View. Why am I doing this on my phone? And at that point, my whole world turned around. That was my turnaround point with prediction. I almost gave up and completely walked away from it. All right, so I probably should have entered up, but I was talking like a Muppet. Oh my God. I should have entered up, like for real, not like a paper trade. Like, this is it for me. I'm feeling close. It's not going to hurt me if this is the bounce that I'm thinking, but I am kind of bummed on the 3 minute. That's kind of looking like what I want. I'm very bummed right now. I'm very, very bummed out. I missed that. I have a feeling I'm going to regret that. Let's go back to the 3 minute. See, for me, that 3 minute, that's close enough. For me, that 3 minute is close enough. It won't hurt if it only goes up a little bit more, but I don't feel like I'm missing anything at that. I'm telling myself that I'm gonna miss this green. I'm gonna be like, that's the one that should have started. That's the one that I might have been able to get two ups out of. That would have been my entry right there. That would have been at my extreme for a high for an entry that I would have looked for. Finding this entry would have been much better for me if that could have been done on the 5 minute time frame. So part of the whole point of adding the blue EMA with the 20 is to let us know when we should and shouldn't be placing ups at all, right? So technically, none of those should be ups. So we're getting there on the 3 minute. I would think the 5 minute, yep, the 5 minute has turned. And the 1 minute is at overbought, but it looks like it might flatline. And we've seen it flatline tonight. We'd have to go back pretty far, but right here it did flatline. 1 minute in. Take one more look at our 3 minute. That's right where I want it to be, I think. This worries me. This worries me a lot. Let's get our green line ready. 45 seconds. Oh shit, my wallet's not connected. What the? Oh, what's going on? No, 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 no. Okay, I feel better now. Even if I lose this, I feel better now. At least my wallet's connected. Look at that payout. That payout is not even the fee. That payout is about twice the fee. That payout's about dollar 50, I think. No, it's like $4. I don't know how much I'm betting cash wise. I'm betting B&B. I don't even think in cash anymore, to be honest with you guys. I don't know what to tell you. All right, so let's set our green line. $15 minutes. Wow. 15 minutes doubling down? That's I've tried prediction with a couple different doubling down strategies and they were very unsuccessful strategies. I'll have to look at this martingale and see what he's doing. I've got in the game Rust, I've got a double down strategy that works really well on the wheel, but I've never found anything in life where double down worked. I don't know what to say. Maybe I'm just bad at gambling. Okay, I'm trying to place a line here, and that needs to be at 476.3. All right, let me go back to the 3 minute. All right, so if we see where our locked price is at, if we see that green line, we can see that that green line is under the blue. And since we're now on our second candle and we're actually on a candle trading above that EMA line, traditional trading tells me that for the moment I am safe, that I should be safe on that on the 3 minute time frame. Yeah, so when I double down, so for instance, when I do the gambling wheel and I do the double down strategy on a gambling wheel, I start with 2 scrap and then I lose, I go to 4 scrap, I lose, I go to 8 scrap, I lose, I go to, but I have to have something like 256 scrap to 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 have a to have a for that to win. So that ends up being I have to play the wheel at least 10 times or something like that in order to win within those 10 times. And then you start back over, right? So then with like the scrap, you would do 2 scrap, spin the wheel, lose, and then you do another 4 scrap. If you win on the 4, then you go back to doing 2. And yeah, and it oh, gee, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you gotta wonder, are these gamblers high when they come up with this shit, or what? But I mean, people make money, so you never know. We got a minute, and on the 3, we've got a red, which always just this is it, right? You see that red candle, and you're like, well, fuck, is this just gonna blow me out of the water again? Which if it's blowing me out of the water again, what that's telling me is I'm not entering in soon enough, but I could have entered in here, but that wouldn't have been very helpful. I I I just didn't have confidence in this one, which means that maybe for this time period I need to somehow figure out how to front run these things, but it would have been nice if this had just kept going up. Now it's at 42 seconds. It's still too damn close to call with prediction. And this is the problem with prediction. This is why you're going to get sweaty. If you're not prepared to lose, then I mean, I literally placed a bet of 0.01 BNB. And I don't know how much that is in dollars, but I would doubt that's over $8. Right? So 16 seconds here, and we're dancing on that fucking locked price. And I know how you guys feel when this happens to you. You're watching it happen to me. Will it be an up? Will it be a down? We don't know because prediction does its own goddamn thing half the time when we're dancing on the line like this. Is it counting the dance below it? Is it counting the dance above? In this case, I got lucky, right? That was a luck. That was total luck. And right now there's some guy who put $8 worth of tacos on the table and he was hoping that he was going to get 14 tacos back. And I hope he didn't need those tacos. I didn't need the tacos, but they're my tacos now. So we got our pullback here. We missed our window to get into the next one. Let's go to the 3 and let's see what the 3 is looking like. 3 is over the 50. We're going to go to the 5. We're going to look at the 5 minute. And the 5 minute is still pushing up. So between the 5 and the 1 minute, we're going to have to wait. Anyway, doesn't matter. We got to wait 3 minutes before we make our decision. The 1 minute chart is volatile. I would be surprised if Edgar or no, is that Edgar? Is that oh my God, I have to get my reading glasses. Is this an Eastern European name? edcgear.ru. It's a website URL. I will call you EDC for short, if that is okay with you. Um, totally forgot what I was going to start saying. Oh, it would not surprise me, EDC, if there are people on If there are people on the prediction game that have really big bags that are literally working with 20, 30 B&B and they are doing a double down strategy. At that kind of a level, if you can play out that many rounds without getting, wrecked, so to speak, then it's very possible. I have an army buddy who's sitting on 400 B&B. He bought it back in 2017 and he has just been sitting on it. He has not done any. I think he staked it was the last thing that I heard, like 4 or 5 months ago, because he asked me where I was staking my B&B because he wanted to know if I had found a better percentage. So it would not surprise me if there's people that have 40 B&B, right? And they're starting with zero point 0.1 and then doubling to zero point 0.2 and then doubling to zero point 0.4 and then doubling to zero point 0.8 and then doubling to 1.6 and then from there it just gets crazy, right? But maybe 10 or 12, maybe you can recover from 10 or 12. So we're at 1 minute. I am not excited about this. So we're not going to do anything. I did not get my big third bump. And I kind of suspected that because when we crossed, we didn't get a big bump for a long time. And then when we did get a big bump, it was a small one. So we'll have to see. We'll remove that green. Well, Edgar, so if we're going to talk double down strategies, you would not double down on down over and over and over again. That's not how you would make your money. You would double down chasing the dragon, so to speak. So if it was so if the last one was up, you would start your bet with up and hope that the next one would be an up. And if you win that, you wouldn't increase your bet. If the next one was down, you wouldn't bet up again. You would double your bet and you would bet down. Now, I would have to read this martingale strategy on prediction, and I'm going to do that as a matter of fact. I'm going to Google that right now during this 4 minutes. That did not bring up what I was looking for. That brought up Florence Nightingale. That's probably totally wrong. Let's see. Martingale. Okay. I am so tired. Holy cow. Martingale. I should have figured that one out. Martingale. Okay, I found a YouTube video that touches on it. Hopefully that'll be a good enough reference for me to find it. Right. And on a coin toss, you're absolutely right, Tuan. On a coin toss, that's exactly how the double down would work. On a coin toss where your relative odds are 50-50, but that's not what we're talking about with this. We have runs and we can see these runs in Pancakeswap just by going back. And you could paper trade a double down. And maybe I'll do that one night to see what that would look like, to see how that would might work. But am I missing something? I am missing something. Hold on, let me go to the 3 minutes here. 3 minute. Ooh, gosh, it's so close. I want to do it. To be honest with you, I'm doing it. I think the next one I'm going up. Don't follow my trades. Don't follow my trades. But I did that. I did a double down and I lost. And that's what was flipping me out was that when I looked at it on paper, it seemed fairly sound. Well, I started, like I said, with the double down, you're really increasing the amount of B&B fast, right? When you're doing a double down strategy. So I don't know. See, we didn't hit the 70 here on the one, guys. We're 1 minute in. We didn't hit the 70 on the 1 minute. Even though the 3 minute got me excited, it shouldn't have because it's in the middle. This is another don't take it. We're not allowed to take downs tonight. Tonight we're not allowed to take downs. So this is going to kill me, isn't it? Because this is going to reverse. But I'm not going to do it because it probably won't. It might not. We could be going all the way down to the 100, which might be sound. Yeah, we probably are on the 1 minute. And on the 3 minute, well, 3 minute, we can be coming. Yeah, we could start going sideways instead of making it all the way to the green. What a pathetic, an absolutely pathetic second bump. Just not what I was hoping for at all. Not at all. All right, let's see what we do. No, that's if you're paper trading and it does go up, then you win. You still win. You just don't get any B&B, right? You still win. The whole point is to win. The money, the satoshis, those all come with winning. The money is inconsequential, guys. The money means nothing. You were you were brought into this world with nothing, and when you leave, you will take nothing with you. So the money is nothing. The winning is what matters. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's why we play games. We don't play games for participation trophies. I don't play Rust so that I can get along with my neighbors. I play Rust so that I can log on, shoot them in the face until they log off, and then offline raid them. I mean, that's the game. That's winning, right? I mean, as long as if I'm shooting them in the face and making them log off, that's winning. I now have their base. The same way here. I shoot this prediction in the face and I win, I get somebody else's base, basically. I'm so twisted. But you got to keep in mind, this is the mindset you need. There is money on the table, guys. There is money on the table. And whether you get it or not is going to solely depend on whether or not you can see the opportunity. That's why you're in here is to try and get some insight into what it takes to see that opportunity. So we're 2 minutes in. The three's not looking good. The 1 minute is way low. We're not allowed to take downs. It's probably not a good idea to down right now. We're still in an upward trend, so it never hurts. Well, I shouldn't say that. If you're going to bet high or low, you might be better off betting high. What goes up must come down, and what goes down hopefully will go back up, unless it's Tron, and then it just went down and down. So I'm going to be honest right now. I made most of my Satoshis off of trading Tron up and down during 2017. And then when I cashed out of my Tron, trading Tron up and down, I bought a bunch of BNB and then I walked away. I still left some Tron. I remember when I walked away, I had about $20 worth of Tron. And earlier this year, I sold that $20 worth of Tron for $157. I think I sold it at about 14 cents, something like that. I don't know. But I took that and I bought $50 worth of Dogecoin and then I bought $100 worth of ETH to pay ETH fees. Gosh. So we missed that one. That's not one that I wanted to take anyway. We'll go ahead and mark it. And gosh, I'm hoping for a good pump here soon that I can take, that I can feel some good confidence in taking. Maybe even YOLO in a 50%, right? And do that big 0.05 bet. We are at 50%, by the way, on our green bets. 50% on our green bets. If we had bet green instead of red on the two reds that we weren't supposed to take, but we are 50%. If I go, I'll turn on the camera for that one, and you guys can watch me sweat. Although I'm gonna get a Pepsi first. So we're on the 3 minute. Guess what just kind of flipped a little bit? Oh yeah, I drink way too much Pepsi. Way too much Pepsi. Way too much Pepsi. I probably had four today. I'm gonna lose my teeth. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Gives us 1 minute to make our decision still. And normally I would agonize right up to 35 seconds left, guys. This is just for the stream. So look at that 1 minute there. That's not helpful. We've got a higher high that we need to beat. On the 1 minute, we're above all of it. We're trading above. We have a candle, two candles trading above all the EMAs on the 1 minute. 3 minute, we're not looking too bad. What are we doing on the 5? Five-minute is close to the 20. This is a very wreckable candle, I must say. It's very possible that this could be our new trend. 56 seconds, 3 minute. It's a painful decision. 45 seconds. It's a painful decision. We're going to paper trade this up. Guess what I see? Okay. I think the squeeze is on. So traditional trading patterns, this is an ascending triangle. It could go either way. The reason I'm calling it an ascending triangle is because we're ascending into it. We could easily bounce around in here, so we could bounce all the way down to here again, which would be 475. And then this could get decreasingly harder to catch. I think we have officially missed a lot of possibility on this upside here, right? This was really what we wanted to catch, and I don't think we caught this. Let me see. I mean, let's go to the 3 minute. So I do think this could break to the upside, but I think there's going to be a squeeze here is the thing until we do break to the upside. Let me get rid of that. Let me tighten this up a little bit on the 3 minute just for shits and giggles. Let me look at the time. So that started an hour and 15 minutes ago. We should have been able to get, this is probably Yeah, if I'm looking, I think we got two green wins in on this one, and I think we got one green win in on this one. I think that's how, I think that's how this worked tonight. I'm fairly sure that's what my notes are telling me. Everything else was a loss, right? So we were screwing around down here where it really wasn't that good. How did I miss this is the question. But I missed this somehow. I don't know. I'd have to review the tape. But, well, no, no, no. Wait a minute. I didn't miss it. Wait a minute. This I didn't miss. This one right here, we got two wins off of. And this one right here, we got one win off of. We should have been able to get one down on this and maybe a down on this. So on the 3 minute, I'm going to watch this triangle a little bit. And then, of course, we have to wait. These drawings change a lot quickly, but we could see, you know, sideways after the triangle for all I know. But it's either going to be up or down. I know that's like this stupid thing to say. Of course it's going to be up or down. Mercy beat. Come on, think about it. It's it's stocks, trading, coins, cryptocurrency, volatile market. On the 1 minute, all it does is go up and down. And we got room here to readjust this. Since this is the 1 minute, the proper triangle is on the tips. And we're not going to make that. Yeah, 11 seconds. We're not getting in this one either. Now this could go all the way back up to this previous high. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think our 3 minute is pretty much telling us that for the next 3 minutes we're going down. Draw. Draw a lot. Draw lines, draw triangles, draw channels, draw squigglies, draw. Get used to doing it. You'll feel stupid at first. After a while, things will really start to click. We really haven't seen our 50, 100, and 300 starting to collapse. So we're definitely not out of the long upward trend. We could still see. So usually I like things in threes. I count this as one bounce. I count this as a second bounce. This I'm not really counting as a bounce, I guess. Right? So there may be another bounce coming up. We got a minute and 30 seconds before we have to make our decision. The 3 minute is not giving me warm and fuzzies. The 1 minute is looking like it's turning around. I think I think, hmm. I'll readjust the triangle a little bit here. Bring that down so I can stretch it out a little further. Okay, I'm happy with that. One minute left. 1 minute, and we're going to move the blue line again. We can look at this on the 1 minute, and maybe it might be worth. I'm actually kind of thinking that it might be worth 43 seconds. 30 seconds, it's too late for me to jump in. It was close. It was close. Too close. 50-50 in my head. If it was 60-40, I might have placed up, but it was 50-50. We can drop down to the 4. We can see that we're a little bit overbought on the 4. We're a little bit overbought on the 1 hour. Coming down on the 3. Let's look at what the chart looks like at 3. Strong at 3. 15 going down. 5 minutes actually going down. 3 minutes could be turning around. How far are we at the 5? Oh yeah, we're already low at the 5. Never mind. All right, 3 minutes is our lead. This is the one we're going to follow. We got about 2.5 minutes before we need to make our decision, and already at 2.5 minutes, I am thinking up. At 2.5 minutes, I am already thinking up. No, no, not up it is. Bernardo, do not just follow me. This is just demonstrating what I try to do. And 1 minute before I still have 1 minute before I need to make that decision. All right, this is looking like a classic setup. We're up. We're past that 30 mark. We're into the 3 minutes, and we are fast approaching that 30 mark. We're not doing it with much enthusiasm. It's not a real strong line at this point entering on the 3, which is concerning. This may be an abort. This may be an abort. Hmm. So on the 1 minute, we're trading above that. So let's go ahead and enter 10%. We'll confirm. We'll go to our 1 minute. Oh, so painful. As soon as I hit confirm, there's a red candle. So painful. It's like there's an evil spirit. It's an evil spirit in my browser, and it wants me to hurt. But on the 1 minute, we came down to the 2 a couple times, and then we went up. That should give me some confidence that we got some upside. The 1 is still working for me. The 3 hopefully will work for me. But we're in, so no point in complaining now. Let's check our entry price and see how wrecked that's going to get us. 75.7. I don't need to move it. Somehow I guessed the right line. So we need 2 green candles on the 3 minute. We already have, we only have 1 on the 3 minute. And we really shouldn't have done this unless maybe we had a second, a candle that was actually trading above the 20 EMA. But like I said, it's looking like it's going to set up. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I watch YouTube videos. So I'll be watching a YouTube video and I'll get in the video and I'll miss a couple and I'll glance over. I'll see the RSI is nowhere where I want it to be and I'll go back to watching the YouTube video or pick another YouTube video. Or when I'm playing Rust, right? When I leave the base, I don't ever look at the browser, but when I come back to base, I'll check the browser real quick. And if I'm in base and it looks like it's a good setup and it's nighttime in Rust, then I'll place an up or a down. And that really seems to, rather than sitting down and trying to make money at prediction, right? I seem to do much better when it's just kind of in the back of my mind and I just kind of come back to it over and over again, but I'm really involved in something else and the right signals are lining up for me. And it's really more of a planets align thing than a sit down and try and make money with prediction, if that means anything. So halfway through, we only have one candle above here. We still need to get into the next candle. The next candle needs to be green, and we are retracing hard on this candle. So this is not looking good. This is not looking good at all. Our 3 minute RSI is looking a little better, but my guess is that our 1 minute is looking like trash. And if we look at our 1 minute, yeah, that looks like complete trash. That looks like another one candle wipeout, right? And then this one is just going to bounce around on this and probably bounce underneath. Yep, bounce underneath. Bounce up and down and screw around. And this is, yep, there we go. We lost it. Oh well. You almost looked good. So that was our entry. One, two, three, four candles back here was our last entry that well, I guess we could have taken that and we would have gotten a win. Damn. But that would have been iffy. That still would have been iffy to me. So now that bet was really hoping that we would get to this high. And now we're seeing this trend line right here. And this doesn't make me feel good, guys. This doesn't make me feel good at all. So let's look at our 3 minute. My hopeful up dropped before it got to the 30. I think we can get rid of this right here. You like how it gave that like last green at the last second? It's saying, hey, I knew what you were doing. I'm just going to tease you. Hit that real quick. Look at that down play on the 1 minute. That's a good down play on the 1 minute too. That's not where we would have gotten in. Where we would have gotten in. Let's see, 4:30, 30 seconds on that candle right here. So 4:07. So it's tempting because I had a line down here. Yeah, it's tempting to see that and then try and bounce it, right? One right after the other. You failed on an upvote, so what you're going to do is you're going to double down on the upvote? No, it's going down and you're hoping for a swing back up. And I will do that sometimes, but I try not to. Especially when it definitely looks like we're losing some steam right now. 3 minute doesn't look good. Our 5 minute doesn't look great. Our 15 minute looks bad. This is a hard area to. This was, yeah. Would have been nice if I had just had some nice, good bounces to work with. Would have made the stream look awesome, wouldn't it? So, guys, just to keep the score, we are 50-50 now, still placing only greens on a slight uptrend. Two of those, one of those green, well, I placed two real bets. One of them paid off, the other one did not pay off. And I had exactly, what was it, 0.105 in my wallet that I'm playing with right now. So we'll see when we collect if I'm up or if I'm down. I'm down. I can tell you right now I'm down. I gotta be down. There's no way I could be up. But I'm down, you know, instead of point zero 0.01, I probably have 0.98, 0.95. So 26 seconds in, the three is not giving me any kind of a warm fuzzy. 1 minute doesn't look that great. I want these vertical lines. I don't want diagonals. I really want vertical lines. The more vertical it is going into this, even this sharp drop, this big V right here, because it's so vertical going up, this is very good looking to me. This right here is something that I would look for and I would take, right? Um, if we were in a downswing, I would look for this here, but since we're on an upward trend, I wouldn't take this, right? But since we're on an upward trend, and we got this peak that hit all the way to the bottom and then immediately lashed back up and went up vertically on the 1 minute, I would take this. I would take this in a heartbeat. I'd take it anywhere in here, right? So, yeah, that would be a good one if it lined up, but it has to hit that 5 minute window, right? All right, our three is showing a little bit more life. We've got 3 minutes until we need to make a decision. If you hadn't guessed, we weren't going to take that one. So there's a pattern that we're seeing here with these two lines, these two red lines, and if I'm correct, that is a definite ascending wedge, which looks like a triangle that's really stretched out to me. But yeah, the whole idea is that that's an ascending wedge. It's another established pattern that things are going to go up. I think I saw a triangle here earlier, but we kind of broke to the bottom of it a couple times, and I didn't feel like readjusting it over and over again because it would have just readjusted out to this wedge is what it would have done. And then the triangle for it would need to be out here or something crazy, and it's never going to go that long without breaking up or down. Hopefully that made some kind of sense. Yeah, that triangle started up here, I think, and turned into a wedge. So I gotta say, my two favorite Reddit groups, besides Pancakeswap, because my favorite Reddit, I'm just gonna be honest right now, my favorite kind of Reddit post are the shitcoin posts where they're like, I bought this shitcoin that none of you have ever heard about. I'm not gonna mention the name in my post, but why can't I sell it? I can sell BNB or I can swap BNB for cake, but I can't swap my unnamed coin. And sure enough, you go into the post and it's like first question is like, "Well, what coin was it?" And then they own up to it and it's like, "Well, there's no liquidity to sell that." You can see that right there in the pool that there's no liquidity that you're trying to sell $300 worth of shitcoin and there's only $50 worth of liquidity, exit liquidity in the pool. 50 seconds. We're on the move. Oh, let's do it. Let's do 10. Let's confirm. We'll go to the 3 minute here. And should I have taken that on the 3 minute? Probably not. But I'm tired. I'm babbling. It is 3 a.m. I have to wake up in like 3 hours to let 4 hours to let my dogs out. Find my green line. And where is my thing going to be at this time? Look at how close those EMAs are on the one. And I warn people, don't don't do that. Don't take positions inside of these sideway action. And this is a good example of what I mean right here. This sideways right here. Right? That's not a good place to be doing a place, especially now that my 1 minute has just turned down and my 3 minute was shaky to begin with. My 5 minute was not good. It's exactly why you should not be following me while I'm streaming this. I don't know what I was thinking. I still even had more downside on that wedge on the 3 minute. Something was telling me, my little voice said, this is it. This is your time. This is your time. This is your place. This is your moment. This is your Rocky song. I don't even know what the Rocky song is. What is that? Is that You're the Best Around? Or what is, I don't even know what, I don't know my Rocky movies. Not only on the 1 minute, just in 2 minutes, I've gone from having hope to having no hope to back to having hope. Can you hear it in my voice? The hope? The excitement, the adrenaline, the oh my God, I'm gonna get a Lambo. It's all about the Lambo. God, I don't know how that became a meme. So halfway through, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I got a big, huge candle going up that keeps retracing. So that obviously means that the next candle could be a huge red candle going all the way down to this bottom line. I would be happier with short candles that were continually going up. Let me put it that way. At this point, with 2 minutes left, I would be happier with 3 short candles than I would be with this big candle. But we'll see. And then we'll see the 3 minute here, and that's looking better. We're going to watch that carefully. We're going to watch that real carefully for the next 40 seconds. We're going to look at this guy for the next 40 seconds. We have beat the last high, and we are approaching the one before that. So we've had this kind of consolidation squeeze phase is what I'm hoping, and then I'm hoping this is going to boost us up. So in 30 seconds, I may take another up. And I know that I say all the time, what comes up must come down, but you have to have some risk in order to have some gain. So we're about to hit that. We got 1 minute. 50 seconds. 3 minutes looking okay. We're going to check the 5. The 5 has just touched my line. The 1 minute is not what I'm worried too much about. Let's go ahead and enter up for another 10%. Confirm that. And we are entered again. We are gambling. Lulz, I wonder, Drown, did you stick around for this? Are you seeing this? Real places, real money going down here, buddy. Real risk. This is what you wanted. 7.7. Okay, and we'll go back to the 3 minute. I'm not too terribly worried about retracing sometimes, because candles always retrace. You see wicks on these candles all the time. What will worry me is when this goes red on the 3 minute. When you see the red candle on the 3 minute and it starts to get any type of height or depth to it, yeah, that's when you worry. But 4 minutes in, there's still a lifetime for this to go up. And any type of down action right now is probably more helpful the way prediction works than working against me. But we can watch this on the 1 minute and get some scope of what that looks like. We'll just throw that line. This will be the point of no hope, I guess, if we start going below our previous high, which would be this guy right here. Oh, that was a bad move. I was hoping for it though. All right, so we're 50-50 again. There's not even a point in counting the wins and losses when you're just 50-50. That's not a percent that you want to be using real B&B with. And I apologize, guys. I am off tonight. But I'm real hopeful for an uptrend, right? Will like show up like a good one that I can bet two or three or four, and then walk away with enough for some tacos tomorrow. But don't feel bad for me, because I don't feel bad for me. I put some of my prediction BNB on my crypto.com card today. And let me see, what did I buy with it? I bought a 12 pack of Pepsi. I bought two bananas. Gotta worry about your bananas, guys. Drink your banana or eat your bananas and drink your juices. Um, that didn't sound good, didn't? You know what I mean, like grape juice, right? Like real juice. So, what else did I get? Yeah, I got a pack of cigarettes too. So whatever that added up to, that's about what I won yesterday. That's not doing good. And I mean that like in an overall picture of things. No, Twain, I think what I really want to do is I think I want to start doubling my bets and hoping that I'm going to win more. Right? Isn't that what you do? No, you're absolutely right. It is getting really late and I'm actually placing some of these because uh for my own excitement, so to speak, if that makes sense. So I know I'm losing B and B when I on a couple of those. So so according to what I'm looking at on my notes though, two of my green losses was trying to follow up a green win. So that might be something that I need to definitely keep in mind in the future playing forward. So I may go another 45, 50 minutes before I go to sleep. And then that'll give me 3 hours to go to sleep, let the dogs check my email, get a couple things done, and I'll take a nap during the day. Um, I'm an old disabled veteran. I need my naps, especially when I'm up all night. But so that's something that I need to keep in mind. When I was paper trading, I got used to doing two green trades in a row. So the last couple days, that has actually worked pretty well. Doing going for two greens in a row on an upswing. and it's not working right now. It's not working at all. As a matter of fact, it's costing me right now. So I'm definitely down. I'm definitely at 9.0 or point, let's say 0.92 if I had to guess, 0.91 if I had to guess. We'll find out in a second when because I'm going to cash out here sooner or later. But let's look at our 3 minute. Our 3 minute is really high. Our 5 minute is coming in strong though. And remember, we really only need one candle of one candle up on this 5 minute. And that would be the next candle after this would need to be an up candle. Right now, on the 5 minute, what I'm seeing is a 3 bar play. A green candle followed by a red candle followed by another green candle trading above. So if you were going to, again, this is another scalping term, the 3 bar play, right? And a lot of guys, a lot of day traders use this in the morning to decide whether or not they're going to make a play. We go to the 3 minutes and we're looking overbought. We go to the 1 minute and we're also looking overbought. That's not necessarily a bad thing. So we have this previous high that it looks like we're busting, or we're going to reject, one of the two, and we may not exactly get a good indication of either one. Well, we're in an uptrend. We're separating. 15 seconds to make a decision. Sketchy or not sketchy? One more look at that 3 minutes. One more look at that 5 minute. And one more look at that 1 minute. And I'm going to go ahead and say this is a go. So we got my confirmation. Oh, it's kind of looking like an abandoned island. Not quite. What is that? Some kind of a hammer? Well, we got an indecision instead. So let's see what our steam is looking like. We still have a little bit of steam on the 3 minute. We only need one more 3 minute candle. We need this 3 minute candle to finish up, definitely. And then I think we only have like 40 seconds left. Go, go, go. 5 minute candle. 3 bar play. That's a decent 3 bar play too. Pancakeswap is officially showing this position as down, even though on my chart it is almost but not quite down. It's damn close. Look at it on the 1 minute. Yeah, look at that. The current 1 minute candle is pumping down. Isn't that nerve-wracking when that happens on the last one? But yeah, I mean, traditionally you see that pumping down and you know it's going to drop. You know it's going to drop low. I mean, I would say, at least somewhere like there is where I would expect it to drop. And now at the 2 minutes and 30, it's showing it above, but it's still doing the same pump down. I would love to see the code. I would love to see the actual code for how this up and down is determined. What is the condition that goes off? Why is it always so skewed? It's never on. It's always just a little bit below or a little bit high. It's never seems to be on exactly where I'm at. 2 minutes left. We could easily lose this, right? I want to stress that, and people want to make money. They want Lambos. I want to win at this. I want my win ratio to be at like 90%. If my win ratio was at 90%, guys, then I could get a Lambo. No problems. If my win ratio was 90%, I could get a Lambo in a day if it's 90%. All you got to do is bet 25% and keep winning 9 out of 10 times. That'd be insane. That doesn't happen. So 1 minute left, still sweating it. It's a rough one. That candle is pumping. I don't like it, but what can you do? So this right here, did we determine what that would have been? If that would have been a win? There wasn't enough evidence or enough convincing me to take that is the problem. So now, if I was betting, I would have bet down, right? I would have bet that we would see some down action. So we'll put this blue here and maybe see what that would be. I'm not taking two in a row anymore though. That's for sure. I'm done with that for the moment. That was a 2.1 payout. That's not too bad. I'm gonna collect my winnings now and we will see where we are at. So wow, yeah. I do wonder what I'm at now. Okay, that doesn't seem right. I don't know how that could happen. I'm not sure how this happened, guys. I would have to go through history somehow and figure out what's going on. I started with 0.105 BNB, and I'm positive of that number. I'm positive of that number. That's what I started with, 0.105. I am looking at 0.1432. So I'm up. I'm up. And I could have, and it's looking like I could have taken that second up, but I didn't take the second up because I've been losing the second ups. So I must one or the greens that I did win must have been a higher payout than I thought. The green that I just won was a 2.1. One of those must have been higher than an even payout, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure. I'm actually flabbergasted. I'm actually flabbergasted. So yeah, yeah, I'm thinking that's what it must have been. But this happens. I mean, normally I think I'm winning. I thought I was at a break even, right? That's what I thought. I thought I was at a break even. Turns out I was actually a little bit up, and that right there is you never count your money while you're sitting at the table, right? There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. So let's look at the 3 minute. Let's see what we're doing here. We are down. We're going down, and we expect that. And on the 1 minute, we are seeing the down. So I I might have. We can actually get rid of some of these lines. Now none of these are important. Now, that is a swing that I might have voted down, that I might have done a down on, but it would have been iffy. It would have been real iffy. But since there was room for what looked like maybe two in here, that down would have been. And now that I know that there really isn't room for two right now, we're just not seeing the kind of price action to get two in on the up. Although, let's take a look at the prediction here. Let's go back. Green, 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 green. So I wouldn't call three or in a row or two in a row really kind of an up. But now it's looking like the second. Yeah, oh, well, no, I was wrong. I was thinking for a minute the second one might play out, but we'll have to see here in a second. So what did Pancakeswap score that at? I'm interested. A down. So a down vote would have paid. That would have been a gamble. I would have been 60-40 on that. 60 that it would have gone down. And then this guy, 2. And now our 1 minute time frame. Here's our RSI getting ready for a setup. So let's look at 3 minutes. 3 minutes is falling. 5 minutes should be getting close to falling. Yep, it is. And just for giggles, we'll look at 15. It's been falling this whole time. That's why you can't take too much weight with the 15, right? That's why we're sticking to 3, 1, and 5. I don't know how that happened. I'm kind of flipped out. I am so sure that I started with because I thought that is a perfect number to start with. If I lose too much in a row, then I'm only out point 0.1 BNB. You know what I mean? If I'm going to sit down, because I'd love to tell you guys that I sit down and I just win. I win everything. I'm so good at this that I'm the greatest in the world. And if I was sitting here telling you that I was the greatest in the world and that I was winning big, and when you turned on the webcam, you saw this beautiful living room, and I had on some really nice clothes, I would probably be selling you a course at that point, right? Because I don't know what it is. All the richest traders out there are selling courses. You see the videos, you see the ads. Boy, oh boy. No, sometimes I sit down and I lose big, but when I lose big, I'm losing point 0.1 BNB. That's how much I lost big that day, is point 0.1 BNB. And to be honest with you, the cake that I have in the auto farm could probably finance that every other day. The amount of cake that I have probably produces point 0.1 BNB every other day. Safe to say. So all I'd have to do is wait a day or win a day, and I could take some cake out of the auto farm and refinance myself. Now, if I do win big, sometimes I will just leave that in until it gets to a full BNB, and then when it gets to a full BNB, I will take half of that and I will put it into the cake auto farm. That will leave me with zero point 0.5 BNB. I will then take most of that and I will put that into cash, or I might just save it in case I go down for BNB fees. I mean, I keep some BNB in my wallet at all times. So the whole point is to, and I really like having a second wallet just for prediction, right? Just for prediction. That way I'm not gambling off of my main amount of BNB, so to speak. I mean, there's no way, and it reduces the temptation of trying to use more. So we must have gotten one of those spikes that I love on the 1 minute. Well, it did turn around pretty hard. 20 seconds left. Yeah, I probably should have taken this. I'm gonna cheat and pretend like I magically got one in 20 seconds before. If this is a win, I won't really count it on the sheet because it didn't take the rules, but I'm thinking this is going to be an up, and it's way too late to, but what a hard swing down that would be to catch. These are hard swings. I'm actually really surprised. I haven't seen any big ones that I would hope for. Yeah, Tuan, I've seen other sites that are giving much better APYs than Pancakeswap. There's a website out there called it's called rugdoc.com, rugdoc.io. And Pancakeswap has been working very hard to get a good rating on that site. And they've got a good rating on that site. I believe their rating is just as good as B&B on rugpool or rugdoc.io. So that's one thing that I want to keep in mind is that I want it to be a good pool. Not only do I want a decent APY, but I want it to be a good pool. So I made the decision a long time ago because I started with the pool when the APY was like 147, right, on the auto compounding, right when it started. I moved all my cake from the manual pool into the auto compounding pool, and because it made sense to have it auto compounding. I think you need like $15,000 or something before it makes sense to manually compound every 3 days. Um, so yeah, that's why I only have cake staked on Pancakeswap. I do have other LP tokens. I have a shitcoin LP token that's on the Polygon network called Coin, Koge coin, and I got that at 25 cents, and I think it's at 57 cents. But it also auto compounds, and when I started with that, I believe the auto compounding on that was about 880%. And now I believe that it's down to something more reasonable, like 200% or less. I don't know. I haven't looked at that in a very long time. So I'm glad I paper traded this. Although, of course, now I say that I'm glad that I paper traded it. And of course, the moment I say that, Pancake was listening. Right now, that's the thing about Pancakeswap is it is so advanced, it is so futuristic, it is so beyond what we understand technology-wise. It's really almost its own, you know, being at this point. I wasn't going to take the next one anyways, guys. But it's almost at its own it's almost its own being. It's almost reached consciousness at this point that it is watching the stream and screwing with me. PancakeSwap is actually actively trying to keep people from winning at prediction. They want you to gamble. They want you just to look at your phone and say, "Hey, up, why not? YOLO, right? I got the herpes. May as well give away the tacos." Um, but yeah, we'll see. Let's move that blue line. That would have been a win too. That YOLO right there would have been a win, wouldn't it? Yep, that placed up. How funny. Okay, well we paper traded that, so we're gonna call that a win. That might be a cheap win because I'm not so sure I would have hit that button fast enough on that win. I'd have to go back and look at the tape, but we'll call that a cheap win. A definite win, but still a cheap win. Just like our first place was a definite loss, but it was a cheap loss. All right, so here we are, and we're fairly sideways. So I'm actually thinking that the next one might be a good opportunity to go up. And saying that is looking at the three, it might not be a good opportunity to go up. That could be a really bad idea to go up. So man, I my dad lives in Cambodia, and he has lived in Cambodia now, I believe, since 2007. So going on 13 years he's lived in Cambodia. Now, in those 13 years, my father has married two women that I know about. Oh, good Lord. He has married two women that I know about. There could be more. There could be more. I have no idea. I have no idea what he's doing over there. No idea why. No idea what the point is. I mean, I would love to live in Vietnam. I would love it. I would absolutely love it. I would go there and I would learn the language and I would learn the customs and I would eat fresh vegetables every day. I would get on the I'd get on the back of the scooters of the little scooter services that they got everywhere and I'd go down to the beach once a week because I wouldn't live on the beach. I wouldn't live I've looked at the hotels, I've looked at the Airbnbs, and I've looked at actually renting an apartment in Hanoi. And I've looked all over Hanoi, and I would be terribly stoked to live there for a long time, for at least 2 or 3 years. But I don't think that I would live where the other white people live, if that makes sense. Because I don't drink and I don't chase women, right? I would be there to like learn the culture, and I've always wanted to learn, another language. I've heard that about it. I I do really well in the rain. I know that sounds really strange, but I like the rain. I don't mind it at all. I could see monsoon type stuff being heavy. I could see the flooding that happens being heavy. Um, I know there's potholes and oh, I don't know about Ho Chi Minh City. So we're on the 1 minute here looking at the three and looking at the one. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to place an enter up. And let's see what that looks like. So I don't know where my green line went. Oh my God, I can't even find my green line. Now I know I'm tired. You see, that's the thing. From what I understand, and I don't mind the heat is the other thing, right? I don't mind the heat that much. Um, oh man, now I'm talking, I'm not paying attention, I'm being overly hopeful, but oh, look at that three. Why did I take an up? Yeah, so you put that in Celsius. One of my favorite places that I've ever spent any real time at in America, the average temperature was 110 to 115 degrees Fahrenheit with 80 to 90% humidity. And the guys that I was with, they were all falling out. They were all dying and just sweating bullets. And I was sweating like crazy, but I loved it. And if I could find a spot in Vietnam that maybe had a stream next to it that I could even jump in the middle of the day, I mean, I would do it. I mean, I'm talking out in the country, out in the rural areas is where I would be, not in the cities, not around all the pavement. I'd be looking for a tree to go fall asleep under in the afternoon and fall asleep in the shade. That's what I'd be looking for. But I do get it, man. It's like that everywhere, right? I mean, in America, it's so vast that we have deserts and people love living in those deserts. People move to the deserts. We have the winter climates where, people get like 12 feet of snow. Why not Hanoi? Why not Hanoi? Da Nang is nice too. Da Nang is really a more of a beach community, right? I mean, people are really there to hang out on the beach when they're expats. That was the impression that I got. Here I am betting on more sideways action. I look at that on the one. Um, but really, I've had the opportunity to go to a lot of places. I've been a couple places in Europe. I've been a couple places in uh, the Middle East, and I've been a couple places here in my own hemisphere. And I'd like to go to Asia. I have not been anywhere in Asia, so I wouldn't mind going to China. I wouldn't mind going to Cambodia, but I would really like to go to Vietnam or South Korea. I really think that out of all of Asia, those are the two places that is really cool. Those are the two places where, things are picking up and things are I mean it may not be, you know, it wasn't it's not like in America everywhere that you go is really nice fancy houses or really nice apartments. You move away, you move out into the rural areas of America and you got people that are still using outhouses, right? So, um, going to Vietnam, I mean, in America, me living in America, my ideal place would be 40 acres with a stream on it and away from everybody. Electricity would be nice. Running water would be nice, but it's actually not a necessity for me. That's kind of the funny thing, right? Is that people have learned to become way too reliant on everything. People, if you're a minimalist, you can get by on so little, especially when you're in a fairly good country like America or South Korea and I think Vietnam is pretty good. I mean, it's not quite. What is that? I just read there's a movement in South Korea called laying down. Have you heard of this, Tuan? Place something called laying down. It's like I don't know how I don't know if that's a correct translation there, but anywhere that you have people that are just quote laying down, and I hope I'm using that term correctly. It's got to be a pretty good place to live. I mean, at that point, you know, can't be too bad. I mean, we got some seriously fat people in America, dude. Seriously poor, poor and fat. If you're poor and skinny in America, it's because you're on drugs. It's because you're doing methamphetamines. That's why you're skinny and poor. Otherwise, you're fat. I mean, how does that happen if you're poor? In my mind, growing up and the countries that I've been to some really poor places on this planet, man. Places that, you know, places where whole towns and villages didn't have running water or electricity. Um, and I mean, their only water was rain collectors, or sometimes, there were stories of villagers fighting over fruit on a tree. Right? These are the seriously poor third world parts of the world, and man, as long as you're not in a third world nation and you're not crazy stupid, you should be able to get some food. I know it's hard, but people in America have it pretty good. People in America have it pretty good. There's a pretty good welfare state going on. I don't know how any of that works. I've worked very hard my whole life. I started working when I was 13 years old, and I've worked just about every day since. Went to school, did everything you're supposed to do, and now it's all over. Now I am living on a fixed income, living the life. Look at that downward motion. Wow. So that's pretty heavy. We haven't really seen too much below the yellow line in quite a while. 2.5 hours. So this could be good. This could be good. I think maybe I've got a few minutes left in me before I have to crash hard. I don't know how it happened, but right now we're sitting at 0.024 profit in BNB. I don't know what that is, a couple bucks, $5 or $6. And we've managed to take a lot of trades that kind of break the rules. But I think we're going to get a good setup here. A real good setup in the few minutes. Look at that. Look at that one. That's where I want it. What's the 5 doing? Please be. Oh, baby. Chinese. The Chinese term, and I don't know what it is in Chinese or Mandarin or Cantonese, but it's lying down. I'm positive that's what it is, but it is. It's a Chinese term. Amazing. Blew me away. Because they're using it to describe Americans who are refusing to work. But they also accuse the South Koreans of it too. And Chinese propaganda is always an interesting thing, right? Because we don't have that kind of stuff. And, people in America, they speak out about anything and everything, and they don't know what it's like to have a hard life. That's why they complain about so much, because their life is too easy. Boy, on the 1 minute, that would have been a good idea. But on the 3 minute, it just wasn't there yet. We'll watch this on the 1 minute because this is only going to make the 3 minute look better and help the 5 minute catch up. Right. Yeah. Oh, I think the big swings are over for me. It may be coming up. We're we're in a very long uptrend, and we have been for quite a while. I would say that looking at this, if we go to where our green line starts to cross, that ends up being like all the way down here to here. That's 5 hours that we've been in this uptrend. And that's good on a whole, right? Um, we can look at that on the hourly and see what that looks like. But our 5 candles there is our last 5 hours of up. So we could be looking at some down coming at us. Couple hours. But we would have to wait for our EMAs. And then once we're in a downswing, then we're going to be doing all the downs. There may be one more upswing to catch, but right now the one is falling apart, and so is the three. So we sit on the three, and when we come back, the next candle or two, 50 seconds. Look at it on the 1 minute. See, that's just not that good. But it does. It likes to bounce between these lines until it finds a happy spot and starts going back up. And it's been doing a pretty good job of that. And we see we come down, then we go up, then we go above the line, then we come down, go up. So maybe even wait for it to hit that 100 a second time. So it's all about taxes, Bernardo. In the United States, well, so you hear this all the time. We work off of a fiat currency. We work off of a currency with no value. The only value that it has is really what the government tells us the value has. And the fact that most of us believe in that value is what makes it work. So since 2017, the banking industry has been noticing that more and more of the money that they used to handle is going into cryptocurrency. And I'll tell you what, it goes back even further. It goes back to 2015. In 2015, the banking institutions started realizing that the drug laundering money was not going through their banks anymore, which means that the money that drug lords were laundering, they weren't getting a profit of that anymore. This is illegal money, right? And the way that they handled this was they got the US government to implement the KYS exchanges. And that makes everybody register. Well, now you can't take, $400,000, put it into Bitcoin and then send that Bitcoin south of the border, right? Because the KYS exchange would alert the IRS right away. So that's why they do it, it's a direct connection to the IRS. When you sign up for a KYS exchange, you are giving all of your information to the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, the branch of the government that collects our taxes. So that's why right now the government is trying to pass these crypto laws that says that any transaction over $600. You see, it used to be 10,000. A long time ago, it used to be $30,000. If you made a transaction over $30,000, they would report that transaction to the IRS. Well, now they went from 30 to 10,000. Then they went from 10,000 to 5,000. So every time that you move $5,000, the IRS knows about it. Well, let me break for just a minute, talking about the IRS and what they're doing. Looking at this, 3 minute, it's looking good. 1 minute, it's looking okay. I've made one or two trades like this so far. So I think I'm gonna go all in next. Not all in. I'm gonna place 10% again and see what happens. So far I'm up a little bit. I got two more trades. I can make two more. I can lose two more before I'm at break even again. Let me put it that way. So let's let's look at it on the 1 minute while we have a couple seconds. Make sure I don't change my mind. I kind of want to change my mind. 45 seconds. Let's do it. It's late. I'm tired. So it used to be $5,000. Now they want to change it to $600. Well, this is because the IRS realizes that everybody that's putting their money into crypto is putting it in through KYS exchanges in the United States. There's almost no way to get cryptocurrency for fiat other than through a KYS. So they realize they have the ability to get everybody who has a KY the name and information and driver's license of everyone that has an account on a KYS. All they need to know is how much fiat is going into that KYS and how much fiat is coming out of that KYS. So if your bank reports that you've been moving $600 worth of of money into crypto every month, right? Then now now the IRS has a direct solid link between your bank account, your KYS account, and once you have that, they can now get all of your trades off of the KYS account, which is why a lot of people use the KYS. They buy it on the KYS, they put it into their wallet, and they're using a decentralized exchange instead. And the hope is that the IRS won't catch them. Now, the dirty little secret is you can see what's in everybody's wallet. So there's no point. You're not hiding very much if they know who is putting the money into the wallet in the first place. And it's not very easy to kind of run around and try and I'm just trying to find this price here. What is it? 78.9? Yeah, something like that. So that's what you're running into is that KYS is set up to track American users, how much they're putting into crypto and how much they get out of crypto so that they have a way to nail them on their taxes. So I know that I've been looking a lot into all kinds of places. I've been looking into becoming a nomad. And so I was thinking about doing something like spending a month in the Ukraine, then spending a month in Vietnam, and then going back north and spending a month in like Georgia, the Georgian Republic, and then spending a couple months, because I think you can get away with like 3 months in Cambodia, and then start doing something very similar in South America, and just move around. Except for airfare out of the region, you could do almost everything by train, from what I understand. So traveling between the countries is not real expensive. It's about the same as traveling between states in the United States. So, but yeah, going nomadic, you would pull your crypto out and you wouldn't, you would do that partly to avoid paying taxes. Well, I can't really speak too much on Vietnam. I am under the impression that right now Vietnam, unless you have a real job in Vietnam and a reason for that job to exist, you can't stay in Vietnam past your 30-day tourism. So you have to have an employer in order to stay in Vietnam, and that's because of the COVID restrictions. But my understanding, and those are the laws. That's the laws in those countries. The difference that COVID brought, from my understanding, is that they weren't really enforcing those laws before. So you had people that would say that they had a job, but the job was at the pizza place on the corner from their apartment, and it was just on paper, right? So if that helps at all. So right now, all the travel restrictions and travel and tourist visas and stuff like that is all kind of really hard to get. Eastern Europe, there's a few places where you just need to buy property. So I lost another trade, lost another one. Ooh, I'm sorry, I just burped into the mic. I didn't have any control over that. It is definitely time for me to go to sleep. Gentlemen, so with that loss right there, and let's see if it's a loss according to Pancakeswap, just in case. Let's just say that I broke even. I'm at 0.117 BNB. So that was a loss. Let's put that down as a loss. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wins. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 losses and one Lolo or one YOLO. I caught herpes, so loss. So definitely one of those losses. I should not have taken the trade. Um, and somehow I barely managed to be up. I I I still don't. That's the magic of Pancakeswap when it pays out more than you're used to, right? Um, but I am done for the evening. I may do this again if I do another marathon like this. But I think this may be it for the marathons with Pancakeswap. I think in the future, if I do this, I'm going to jump on during what I think is a good time instead of just jumping on and doing it, if that makes sense. Because when I play Pancakeswap, I just want to make it very clear. When I play Pancakeswap, I am looking for to play when there is action, when there's a lot of swing action, and I'm not seeing a lot of swing action right now. I wish I did. It would have been nice if I did, but this is not the swing action that I wanted. And actually, this afternoon, I was seeing a lot better swing action this afternoon, and we would have to go back really far. I was not around for that. That's not the swing action that I saw. This is the swing action that I saw right here, right? So I was doing a bunch of stuff, I think, in here, and then I saw this big jump. And this right here was like 4 greens in a row because I literally got on this. Let's put, well, I literally started seeing this wind up right here. And then right here, I saw this takeoff, and inside of this candle, I hit it, and then hit it, and then hit it again. Um, and then really, but what I really want is I really want here. This might look a lot better. So I think I was in here too. So here we got our crossing, our green crossing of our yellow. And right after that, we saw our first big push up above the green. Then we came back down to the green. Then we saw our second big push up. And then this third push up was enough to get a green, right? Because that was a good setup right here for this green. And then back here, this was a good setup right here for the rest of these greens on the 3 minute. And then if you go in and you look even more, so I mean these are some big swings up. What we're seeing right now is just not that big of a swing up, to be honest with you. I mean we had a little bit back here, but and I think that's what we caught when we got a couple good greens was this section, this small section right here. It wasn't a lot. Although time-wise that ends up being about 5 hours. So 5 hours to catch a few things. I mean, you might be able to make a living with doing prediction, but holy cow, I would almost rather be outside digging a ditch, to be honest with you. So this is fun. This is why I don't consider this a source of income. I consider this something that I play around with just for giggles, just for giggles, just for utter giggles before I go to sleep. Let's see if I can do what is 0.14. BNB to USD. Will this calculate this for me? No, it won't. Thank you a lot. I don't know how to calculate this. BNB to USD. Convert. That's $6. That is enough for Taco Bell, guys. All right, I'm a winner. I am a winner. If I can go buy tacos with that, well, actually, I'll let that ride. But yeah. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I hope this helps you guys to come up with some of your own solutions for things. And I hope you guys are all very successful. Hope you're much more successful than I was tonight. So have a great evening.